The words hung in the air between us, cold and sharp as shards of ice. "Let's get a divorce," Mark Bowen said, his face a mask of detached indifference. He looked at me as if we hadn't shared a home, a bed, a life for 3 years. As if I were a stranger he'd bumped into on the street. He had no idea that the woman standing before him was not the same one he'd left that morning. He didn't know I had been reborn. In my first life I had believed him. I had been so foolish. He had spun a tale about it being for our daughter Chloe and for me. A tactical divorce, he'd called it. He'd explained that by registering as a single mother, we would qualify for a larger, better apartment in the new military housing block. It was all a strategy, a clever maneuver to secure our future against the rigid housing policies. My love for him and my desperate aching need to believe in the man for whom I'd sacrificed everything had made me agree. I had signed the papers with a trembling hand, trusting his plan, trusting him. I was the one who had found him broken amidst the chaos of that training accident, pulling him from a pile of rubble when everyone else had given up. I was the one who sold my mother's precious jade bracelet, our family's last heirloom, to pay his mounting medical bills, telling myself that his life was worth more than any memory. I had given him every piece of myself, my youth, my devotion, my future. And what did I get in return? Once the apartment paperwork was finalized, he stood before me in our cramped temporary quarters, hand in hand with his beloved, Lena Moore from the cultural troupe. Her smile was a little too sweet, her eyes a little too victorious. He looked me dead in the eye, his own devoid of any warmth or remorse, and said, "It's over, Maya. We're already divorced." The sheer, breathtaking ridiculousness of it all. The betrayal was a physical pain, a wound that festered for months, then years, until it killed me from the inside out. I died not from an illness, but from a broken heart, from the humiliation of realizing I had been a pawn in my own life. Now, granted a second chance, standing in the same living room with the same morning light filtering through the same cheap curtains, I looked at Mark's cold, handsome face and felt nothing but a chilling, crystalline calm. The love that had once burned so fiercely was now ash. The fear was gone. All that remained was a clear, singular purpose: to survive for Chloe. "All right then," I said, a faint, deliberate smile touching my lips. "Mark Bowen, let's get a divorce." A flicker of surprise crossed his features, so brief I might have imagined it. He had expected resistance, tears. He recovered quickly, nodding with a grim satisfaction. "Good. It's for the best." His stride was long and purposeful as we walked out of the military compound side by side, yet he left me to trail behind, carrying our 3-year-old daughter Chloe. She was a warm, sleepy weight in my arms. I felt like an inconvenient piece of luggage, an afterthought. The sun was blindingly bright, and I had to lower my head, the crushing familiarity of the scene making my eyes ache with unshed tears I would no longer allow myself to shed. "Mama," Chloe's soft, milky voice whispered in my ear, "why is Daddy walking so fast?" I tightened my hold on her, breathing in her familiar, comforting scent. I smoothed her dark, silky hair. "Daddy has important things to do, sweetheart. We mustn't bother him." I saw his steps falter for a fraction of a second, his shoulders tensing almost imperceptibly. He heard me. He just didn't care enough to slow down or look back. In my last life, that tiny hesitation would have filled me with a pathetic shred of hope. Now it only confirmed his profound indifference. The journey to the Civil Affairs Bureau was a silent, tense affair. He drove, his focus entirely on the road ahead. I sat in the passenger seat, holding Chloe on my lap, watching the city blur past. I remembered this drive from before, the frantic beating of my heart, the desperate prayers that this was all just a bad dream. This time my heart was still, my mind clear. I was planning. At the bureau, the clerk, a middle-aged man with a weary expression, looked up as we approached. His eyes flickered with recognition when he saw Mark. My husband, no, my soon-to-be ex-husband, pulled out 2 packs of State Express cigarettes from his pocket and slid them across the counter with a practiced ease. "Comrade Wong," Mark said, his tone familiar, almost jovial. "We're here to finalize the divorce." The clerk, Comrade Wong, accepted the cigarettes with a slight nod, tucking them discreetly into a drawer. The transaction was smooth, unspoken. He looked at me, his gaze lingering on Chloe in my arms. "Are you both certain about this? It's a big step." "Yes, we're doing this voluntarily," Mark replied, his voice losing none of its confidence. He didn't even glance my way for confirmation. Comrade Wang's eyes met mine, a silent question in them. In my previous life I had looked away, my eyes swimming with tears, unable to speak. This time I held his gaze and gave a single firm nod. Yes, we are certain. The paperwork was processed with an efficiency that felt both brutal and liberating. The stamp came down on our booklets with a definitive thud. The sound echoed in the quiet room, a period at the end of a short, unhappy sentence. When the fresh, red-stamped divorce certificate was placed in my hands, the paper warm from the printer, I saw the faintest smirk of triumph at the corner of Mark's mouth. He thought he was free. He thought his new, unburdened life with Lena was about to begin. I met his gaze squarely, the coldness in my own surprising even me. Congratulations, Captain Bowen. You got exactly what you wanted. He froze, the smirk vanishing. This wasn't the script. I was supposed to cry, to beg, to make a scene he could later use as proof of my instability. My calmness, my sharp, clear words unnerved him. His brow furrowed in displeasure and confusion. What is that supposed to mean? He asked, his voice dropping, losing its public-friendly tone. I took a step back, holding Chloe tighter, putting a tangible distance between us. It means what it sounds like. Captain Bowen, now that we're divorced, we go our separate ways. You walk your path, I'll cross my bridge. I wish you a brilliant future. Please do not interfere in our lives again. Without waiting for a response, I turned and walked away, my daughter secure in my arms. Behind me, I heard his sharp, startled intake of breath. Why, where do you think you're going? I didn't look back. I simply raised a hand in a dismissive wave. Somewhere without you. The words were a vow, whispered to the wind and to my own soul. I would never love him again in this life. He and his precious Lena could be entangled in their web of lies forever, for all I cared. Chloe buried her face in my shoulder, her tiny hand clutching my collar. Mama, are we going home with Daddy? She asked, her voice small and confused. A fresh ache, this one purely for her, pierced through my resolve. I kissed her forehead gently, my lips lingering on her soft skin. No, my love. We're going to our new home. A home just for you and me. I walked straight to the bus station, each step feeling heavier than the last, not with sorrow but with the weight of the unknown. In my last life after the divorce I had been utterly lost. It was Mark who, with condescending pity, had arranged for Chloe and me to stay in a damp, dark storage room in the old family block. He'd said it was temporary, just until the new apartment was allocated. I, the fool, had believed him again, enduring the mold, the gossip, the sickness it brought Chloe, all for an empty promise. This time I had a destination in mind. I had done my homework during my sleepless nights, remembering snippets of conversation from my past life. I knew the head of the local neighborhood committee was a man named Mr. Shin, known to be fair-minded and helpful. He was my only hope. The bus ride was a jostling, noisy affair. Chloe fell asleep against my chest, exhausted by the morning's emotions. I stared out the window, watching the imposing buildings of the military district give way to the bustling, crowded streets of the civilian sector. It was like crossing a border into a new country. My country. Finding the neighborhood committee office was easy. It was a modest, single-story building with a faded red star on the door. Taking a deep breath, I adjusted Chloe on my hip and walked in. The office was Spartan, with a few wooden desks and the faint smell of tea and old paper. A man in his late 40s with a kind, intelligent face looked up from a file. This was Mr. Shin. "Can I help you, comrade?" he asked, his voice calm and welcoming. Before I could answer, the door swung open behind me. Mark stood there, his face a thundercloud. He must have followed the bus in his jeep. "Maya, this is ridiculous. You're coming home with me right now," he said, his voice tight with controlled anger. He reached for my arm. I flinched away, stepping closer to Mr. Shin's desk. "I am not going anywhere with you." Mr. Shin stood up, his expression turning stern. "Captain Bowen, is there a problem?" Mark forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "No problem, Director Shin. My wife is just upset. We had a small disagreement." "Ex-wife," I corrected him, my voice trembling with a fury I no longer tried to hide. I turned to Mr. Shin, allowing the fear and desperation I felt for Chloe to show on my face. "Director Shin, we just got divorced. Captain Bowen here thinks I should be grateful to move into the damp, windowless storage room he has arranged for me and my daughter. I cannot do that. My child's health is fragile. I have nowhere else to go." The look on Mr. Shin's face transformed from polite inquiry to sharp disapproval. He looked from my tear-filled eyes to Mark's increasingly flushed face. A storage room? Captain Bowen, is this true? Mark spluttered. It's temporary. Just until the new apartment is assigned. He suggested the divorce himself, I added, my voice low but clear. He said it was a trick, a fake divorce, so we could qualify for better housing as a single-parent household. But now, I let the sentence hang in the air, the implication clear. Now the apartment would go to him and his new woman. The scandalous nature of the scheme dawned on Mr. Shin. His lips thinned. As a soldier, you should be setting an example, Captain Bowen, not exploiting policy loopholes. This is a serious breach of conduct. Mark's face turned a mottled red. He was a proud man, a rising star. To be scolded like an errant schoolboy by a local official was a humiliation he had never anticipated. He glared at me, and in his eyes, I saw a dawning, terrifying realization. I was no longer under his control. I will not have a divorced woman and a child living on the streets, Mr. Shin said firmly. Comrade Maya, there is a small courtyard house behind this office. It is simple, but it is clean and dry. You and your daughter may stay there for now. A wave of relief so profound it made my knees weak washed over me. Thank you, Director Shin. Thank you so much. No. Mark roared, his composure finally shattering. She is not staying here. And who are you to decide? Mr. Shin retorted, his voice cold. The divorce certificate is stamped. You have no authority here. Now, I suggest you leave before you cause a scene that will truly damage your reputation. For a long moment, Mark and Mr. Shin stared each other down. Finally, with a sound of pure frustration, Mark spun on his heel and stormed out, the door slamming shut behind him. The silence he left behind was deafening. I leaned against the desk, my legs trembling. The battle was far from over, but the first, most crucial skirmish was won. I had a roof, however humble. I had a sliver of hope. And I had just taken my first step on a path away from Mark Bowen forever. The silence in the small courtyard was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. It was a clean silence, unbroken by the distant bark of military commands or the low hum of base gossip. It was just me, Chloe, and the whisper of a breeze through the bare branches of the grapevine clinging to the trellis. Mr. Shin had been true to his word. The place was modest. A main room, a tiny side room for sleeping, and a small kitchen with a coal stove. But it was dry, it was clean, and it was ours. Chloe, wide-eyed and tentative, peeked out from the safety of my legs. Mama, is this our house? I knelt down, my eyes level with hers, and brushed a strand of hair from her cheek. Yes, my darling. This is our home. Just for you and me. The words felt like a sacred vow. Her small hand slipped into mine, trusting and warm. The weight of the divorce certificate in my pocket felt less like a brand of failure and more like a key. The first order of business was survival. The money I had carefully hoarded from the household allowance Mark grudgingly provided was pitifully small. It wouldn't last a month. Panic, cold and sharp, tried to claw its way up my throat. I pushed it down. I had faced down Mark Bowen. I would not be defeated by a handful of banknotes. I spent the last of my coins on the essentials. Rice, flour, a few eggs and a small piece of pork. As I built a fire in the little stove, the simple rhythmic task grounded me. This was real. The heat from the flames was real. The responsibility of feeding my child was real. It was 1,000 times more honest than the life I had left behind. Later that afternoon, as I was sweeping the cement yard, the wooden gate creaked open. My heart leaped into my throat, a primal fear that it was Mark. But it was our neighbor, Auntie Wei, a woman with a face like a kindly walnut and eyes that missed nothing. She held a bowl of steaming dumplings. "Welcome, welcome," she said, her voice booming in the quiet courtyard. "I heard new neighbors moved in. I'm Auntie Wei just next door. You must be exhausted. Here for you and the little one." Tears pricked my eyes. This simple act of kindness felt like a lifeline. "Thank you, Auntie Wei. I'm Maya and this is Chloe." As Chloe shyly accepted a dumpling, Auntie Wei's gaze grew shrewd. "You're the one, aren't you? The one who stood up to that Captain Bowen." News traveled fast. I nodded, bracing for judgment. Instead she snorted. "Good for you. Men like that, all pride and no heart. My nephew served under him. Said he was colder than a winter drill." She leaned in conspiratorially. And that woman he's always with, Lena Moore from the song and dance troupe? All sugar on the outside, vinegar within. You're better off without the whole mess, dear. Her words were a bomb. I wasn't just a divorced woman. I was a survivor in the eyes of my new community. The next few days were a blur of settling in. I bought a second-hand bicycle with the last of my money, my most valuable asset now. It was on my third trip to the market, bargaining for every scrap that the idea came to me. It was a memory from my first life, a flicker of comfort in my final lonely days. I'd been so ill I couldn't keep anything down, except for a little rice porridge topped with a sweet and spicy sauce I'd concocted out of desperation. The nurses had loved it, begging me for the recipe. Selling chili sauce. The thought ignited in my mind like a struck match. It was something I could do. It required little startup cost, just chilies, garlic, sugar, and soybean paste. It was a skill that was uniquely mine, born not from duty to a man, but from my own ingenuity. I poured the last of my funds into buying ingredients. Back in my little kitchen, I washed and dried the vibrant red chilies, their fiery scent tickling my nose. I peeled garlic cloves, their pungent smell a promise of flavor. The rhythmic pounding of the chilies and garlic in the stone mortar was a cathartic release of all my pent-up frustration and fear. I was not just making sauce, I was building a foundation. As the mixture simmered in the pot, a rich, complex aroma filled the courtyard, tangy, sweet, and with a slow-building heat. It was the smell of possibility. Auntie Wei appeared at the door again, sniffing the air like a delighted bloodhound. Heavens, child! What is that smell? It's making my mouth water. I smiled, scooping a little onto a spoon for her to taste. Her eyes widened. Why, this is incredible. You could sell this. Seriously, this is better than anything in the state store. Her genuine enthusiasm sealed my resolve. The following afternoon I made my plan. I steamed a batch of plain buns and filled a dozen clean recycled glass jars with the glistening red sauce. My hands trembled as I packed them into the bicycle basket. This was it. My first battle in the war for our independence. I chose the gates of the large cotton mill. When the shift ended, a river of women in blue overalls poured out, their faces tired but animated. My heart hammered against my ribs. I was an outsider, a nobody with a strange product. I laid out my cloth, arranged the jars, and set out the torn bun pieces, each dabbed with a sample of sauce. I didn't shout. I stood quietly, my belief in my product my only advertisement. For a long, agonizing time people streamed past. Then a group of 3 women paused. One with a kind, curious face pointed. What's this? It looks interesting. My chance. I offered her a sample with a smile. Homemade sweet and spicy sauce. Please try it. Her friend tugged her arm. Don't eat strange things. But the first woman took the bite. Her expression transformed from curiosity to delight. Oh, this is wonderful. Sweet first, then a little kick. Try it, you too. The ice was broken. In 15 minutes all my jars were sold. As I counted the money, 13 yuan and 50 fen, my vision blurred with tears. It was the most honest money I had ever earned. It was then I heard the voice, sharp and laced with mockery. Well, if it isn't the former Mrs. Bowen. How the mighty have fallen. I turned. Lena Moore stood there arm in arm with a slick-looking man I didn't recognize. Her smile was a venomous curve. A year ago her gaze would have made me crumble. Now I straightened my spine and met her eyes calmly. Comrade Lena. You've made 2 mistakes. Her smile faltered. Oh. 1, I said, my voice clear and carrying. I am not the former Mrs. Bowen. We are divorced. My name is Maya. I let the word divorced hang in the air, and I saw the interest spark in the eyes of the women still lingering nearby. And 2, I continued, my gaze flicking to her companion, I earn my living with my own hands. It's called ability. It's far more honorable than scheming for things that were never yours to begin with. Lena's face flushed a blotchy red. The man beside her looked uncomfortable. You shut your mouth, she hissed, her composure shattered. Aren't you always with Captain Bowen? I asked innocently. Who is this comrade? Aren't you going to introduce us? She looked like a cat caught in the rain, utterly flustered. With a final, furious glare, she yanked the man's arm and scurried away, the picture of humiliation. The women around me chuckled. Good for you, Maya, one of them said. Ignore trash like that. We'll be back for more sauce tomorrow. As I rode home, the evening sun warm on my back, I felt a strength I hadn't known was possible. I had faced my enemy and won. I had earned my keep. But as I turned into my alley, the feeling evaporated. Parked by my gate was Mark's military jeep. He was leaning against it, still in uniform, his arms crossed. His expression wasn't angry this time. It was something else, confused, frustrated, and deeply unsettled. He watched me approach, his eyes taking in the empty baskets on my bike. "So it's true," he said, his voice low. "You've really lowered yourself to being a street vendor." I brought the bike to a stop, my body tense. "I've raised myself to being self-sufficient, Captain Bowen. There's a difference." He pushed off the jeep and took a step toward me. The air between us crackled. "Maya, someone has reported me. Me and Lena. To the party committee." I kept my face a careful blank. "Is that so?" "It's an anonymous report," he said, his eyes searching mine for a flicker of guilt. "The timing, right after the divorce. Do you know anything about it?" I held his gaze without flinching. "I don't. But perhaps it was someone who couldn't stand watching you two flaunt your relationship." The truth was, I hadn't reported him. But karma, it seemed, had its own schedule. He ran a hand through his hair, a rare gesture of agitation. "It's serious, Maya. My career, it could be over." A cold smile touched my lips. "And what does that have to do with me?" His composure broke. "We were married. Do you have to be so heartless? I need your help." "My help?" The audacity was breathtaking. "You need to come with me to the committee," he pleaded, desperation creeping into his tone. "Tell them the divorce was a mistake, that we're reconciling. If we're back together, the report falls apart. They'll clear me." I stared at him, this man I had once loved and saw only a pathetic stranger. He saw me not as a person but as a tool to be used for his convenience. "Mark Bowen," I said, my voice quiet but absolute. "Listen carefully. I will not help you. Your career is your problem. There will be no reconciliation. And if you bother me again, I will go to the committee myself and confirm every detail of that report." I didn't wait for a response. I pushed my bike past him, unlocked my gate, and stepped into the sanctuary of my courtyard, closing the door firmly on his stunned, desperate face. I slid the bolt across with a definitive thud. The sound echoed the stamp on the divorce certificate. It was the sound of an ending and a beginning. He was gone. But the echo of his desperation lingered. I had won this round, but I knew with a cold certainty that his pride was wounded, and a wounded animal is the most dangerous kind. My freedom was still fragile and the battle was far from over. The silence after Mark left was profound. I leaned against the bolted wooden gate, the rough-hewn planks cool against my back, and listened to the sound of his Jeep engine fading into the distance. My heart wasn't pounding with fear or exhilaration. It was beating a steady, determined rhythm. I had drawn a line in the sand and he had finally, truly crossed to the other side. Chloe, who had been watching from the doorway to our main room, her little face pinched with worry, ran to me and wrapped her arms around my legs. "Mama? Is the angry man gone?" I scooped her up, holding her tight. "Yes, my love. He's gone. And he's not going to bother us again." I hoped it was a promise I could keep. The next morning I awoke with a new clarity. Mark's attempt to drag me back into his mess had been the final twisted confirmation that I was on the right path. His world was one of manipulation and salvage. Mine would be one of creation. The money from my first day of sales was a sacred sum. I didn't hoard it like a dragon with its gold. Instead, I saw it as seed capital. I went back to the market and invested every last fin, buying 3 times the amount of chilies, garlic, and spices. I even splurged on a larger, heavy-bottomed pot that wouldn't scorch the sauce, and 50 clean uniform glass jars from a wholesaler. It felt like a monumental purchase, a declaration of intent. I also bought a length of cheap white cloth and a pot of black ink. With careful, deliberate strokes, I painted 3 characters: Maya's chili sauce. Tying it to a bamboo pole, I had my flag. The work was backbreaking. My back ached from hours of pounding chilies in the mortar, my eyes stung from chopping onions and garlic, and my hands were stained a faint, spicy red. But as I stirred the vast, bubbling pot, watching the ingredients meld into that glorious, fragrant crimson, I felt a profound sense of peace. This was my sweat, my effort. The aroma that filled my little courtyard was the smell of our future. Auntie Wei became my unofficial promoter. She took a jar to her sewing circle, and the next day 2 of her friends were at my gate, money in hand. The women from the cotton mill spread the word. Soon I wasn't just selling at the factory gates. Neighbors began to stop by, curious about the incredible smell. My small stall became a tiny hub of activity. I learned to chat, to remember names, to ask after children. I was no longer just Captain Bowen's ex-wife. I was Maya, the sauce lady. The identity fit me better than any other I had ever worn. One afternoon, as I was labeling a fresh batch of jars, a long black official car I didn't recognize pulled up to the mouth of our alley. My blood ran cold. Had Mark used his influence to cause trouble? But the man who stepped out was not a military officer. He was in his 50s, dressed in a well-cut but simple mouse suit, with an intelligent, assessing gaze. He was accompanied by a younger man carrying a briefcase. They walked directly to my courtyard gate. Auntie Wei, who had been shelling peas on her doorstep, shot me a wide-eyed look. "Are you Comrade Maya?" the older man asked, his voice polite but firm. "I am," I said, wiping my hands on my apron, my heart thudding against my ribs. He offered a slight smile. "I am Director Lee, chairman of the Workers' Union at the cotton mill. I have been hearing remarkable things about your product from our staff." Relief washed over me so powerfully I had to steady myself against the doorframe. This was not trouble. This was something else. He gestured to the jars lined up on my makeshift table. "Hey, I." "Of course." I opened a fresh jar and offered him a small spoon. He tasted it thoughtfully, his expression unreadable. Then he nodded, a genuine smile breaking through his official demeanor. "Exceptional. Truly. A complex flavor profile. Sweet, tangy, spicy, it awakens the palate." He handed the spoon to his assistant, who also sampled it and nodded in vigorous approval. "Comrade Maya," Director Lee continued, "our factory cafeteria serves thousands of meals every day. We are always seeking ways to improve the quality and variety for our workers. We would like to propose a trial supply agreement. We would start with 20 jars per day for our condiment stations." The world seemed to tilt on its axis. 20 jars per day. It was an order larger than my entire weekly production. My little pot, my courtyard kitchen, they were utterly inadequate. I must have looked stunned because Director Lee's smile softened. "This is a significant opportunity. We understand it may require you to scale up your operations. We are prepared to offer a fair price and a 6-month contract to give you stability." He named a price per jar that was more than fair. It was generous. My mind raced. This was the golden opportunity one had barely dared to dream of. But it was also a cliff edge. To meet this demand, I would need a proper workspace, equipment, help. I would need to become a business owner, not just a vendor. The fear was a cold knot in my stomach. But as I glanced at Chloe, sitting contentedly in the shade of the grapevine, stacking little stones, I knew I had to jump. I took a deep breath, meeting Director Lee's gaze squarely. "Thank you, Director Lee. This is an incredible honor. I accept your proposal." We shook hands, a formal seal on the agreement. As the black car pulled away, Auntie Wei rushed over, her face alight with excitement. "A factory contract. Maya, you've hit the big time." But my excitement was quickly tempered by panic. Where would I do this? How? I thought immediately of Mr. Shin. He had been my first benefactor. Perhaps he could be my second. I went to the neighborhood committee office the next morning, the signed contract tucked carefully in my bag. Mr. Shin listened as I explained, his eyes widening with each sentence. When I finished, he let out a low whistle. "Comrade Maya," he said, a grin spreading across his face. "You are a force of nature. From a storage room to a factory supplier in a matter of weeks. This is the kind of initiative our new economy needs." He stroked his chin, thinking. Space. Space is the problem. The old soy sauce and vinegar factory out back. It's been derelict for years. It's a mess, but the building is sound and the yard is large. More importantly, the big cooking vats are still there. They'd need a fierce cleaning, but they could be perfect for you. My heart leaped. A real factory? He took me to see it. The place was a wilderness of weeds and crumbling brick, but when we pushed open the heavy doors to the main workshop, I saw it. Under layers of grime and dust were 3 massive iron woks, built into brick stoves. They were magnificent. "It's perfect," I breathed, my mind already envisioning it clean and bustling. We can arrange a very low rent for the first year, Mr. Shin said. Consider it the committee's investment in a local success story. It was happening. It was really happening. As we walked back to his office to discuss the paperwork, a familiar, hated figure emerged from a side street. It was Mark's mother. Mrs. Bowen was a small, sharp-faced woman who had never approved of me. She looked me up and down, her lips pursed in a familiar expression of disdain, but her eyes held a new, unsettling emotion: panic. Maya, she said, her voice tight. We need to talk. Mrs. Bowen, I replied coolly. I'm rather busy. This is about Mark's future, she hissed, stepping closer. This foolishness with the committee investigation, it will ruin him. You have to put a stop to it. I have no power over army disciplinary matters, I said, turning to walk away. She grabbed my arm, her grip surprisingly strong. You have all the power, she spat. You can tell them it was all a misunderstanding. That you were jealous, that you made it up. He's your husband. I wrenched my arm free. He was my husband. We are divorced. His problems are of his own making. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a business to run. Her face crumpled from anger into something like desperation. He's miserable, Maya. That woman Lena, she's dropped him. His career is in tatters. If you have any heart left, you'll help him. I looked at this woman who had always made me feel small, and I felt nothing but a distant pity. The time for me to have a heart for Mark Bowen has passed, I said softly. My heart belongs to my daughter and my future now. Goodbye, Mrs. Bowen. I left her standing there, a small, furious figure shrinking in my periphery as I walked back into the committee office with Mr. Shen. The final tie to my old life had been severed, not with a shout but with a quiet, firm goodbye. Sitting in Mr. Shen's office, signing the lease for the old factory, I felt a sense of scale I never had before. My battles were no longer just about survival or defiance. They were about building something that would last. The sauce had been my salvation. Now it was becoming my legacy. The crucible of opportunity had tested me and I had not melted. I had been forged. Signing the lease for the old soy sauce factory was one thing. Taming it was another. The following week was a baptism of fire, dust, and sheer backbreaking labor. The place was a tomb of neglect. Weeds as tall as my waist choked the courtyard. Inside, the 3 massive iron walks were scabbed with rust and decades of grime. The air was thick with the smell of decay. But I looked at those giant walks and I didn't see ruin. I saw potential. I saw my future bubbling in them. I used the advance from the cotton mill contract to hire 2-day laborers. A pair of quiet, strong brothers from the countryside who didn't ask questions, just worked with a steady, relentless energy. Together, we attacked the wilderness of the yard, clearing the weeds and sweeping years of debris from the main workshop. The sound of our shovels and brooms was the sound of rebirth. The walks were the biggest challenge. I spent a full day on just one, on my hands and knees, scrubbing with abrasive salt and vinegar until my fingers were raw and the water in my bucket was black. But slowly the rust gave way to pitted but clean iron. It was grueling, mind-numbing work. At the end of each day I would stumble back to my little courtyard, my body aching in places I didn't know could ache, and collapse onto my bed. Chloe would pat my face with her small, cool hands, her brow furrowed with concern. Mama tired. I am, baby, I'd whisper, pulling her close. But it's a good tired. Auntie Wei, bless her, became our guardian angel. She would often take Chloe for a few hours, feeding her dinner and letting her play with the other children in the alley, giving me precious extra time to work. The community, once a source of potential judgment, had become a network of quiet support. The woman who sold me vegetables would save her best chilies for me. The man at the coal yard gave me a fair price on fuel for the furnaces. I was no longer just a divorced woman. I was a local entrepreneur and they were rooting for me. Finally, the day arrived for my first production run in the new space. I had hired my first real employee, a young woman named Xiaoling who had been laid off from a textile mill. She was shy but clever and had a desperate need for the work. I trusted her because Mr. Shin had vouched for her family. We lit the furnace beneath the first giant wok. The fire roared to life, its heat a palpable force in the cavernous room. As the oil heated, I began adding the mountains of chopped chilies and garlic. The aroma that erupted was unlike anything from my little pot. It was immense, a cloud of spicy perfume that billowed out of the factory doors and into the alley. A small crowd gathered, drawn by the smell. For hours, Xiaoling and I stirred the vast bubbling sea of red with long wooden paddles. Sweat poured down our faces, stinging our eyes. It was hot, grueling work, but there was a rhythm to it, a primal satisfaction. We were conjuring something from nothing. We filled over 100 jars that first day, lining them up on newly built wooden shelves. They gleamed like rubies in the afternoon light. As I wiped the sweat from my brow, looking at the fruits of our labor, a profound sense of accomplishment settled over me. I had built this. Me. The delivery to the cotton mill cafeteria the next morning was a moment of high anxiety. Director Li himself was there to receive it. He watched as the cafeteria workers unpacked the jars and placed them on the long tables. At lunchtime I lingered, hidden near the doorway, watching the stream of workers. I saw a woman dollop a generous spoonful onto her rice. She took a bite, paused, and then turned to her friend, saying something that made them both nod vigorously. A wave of relief so strong it made me lightheaded washed over me. It was a success. But triumph, I was learning, is often a prelude to crisis. It happened a week later. I was in the factory, calculating my next ingredient order, when Xiaoling came running in, her face pale. "Auntie Maya. It's officials." 3 men in severe suits stood in my courtyard. They introduced themselves as inspectors from the District Hygiene Bureau. Their leader, a man with a thin, unsmiling mouth named Comrade Gao, held up a badge. "We have received a complaint," he said, his voice like chipping ice. "An anonymous report regarding unsanitary and unlicensed food production at this location." My heart stopped. An anonymous report. I knew with a cold certainty who was behind it. Mark. Or perhaps Lena. This was their retaliation. Comrade Gao and his men stalked through the factory, their eyes missing nothing. They pointed at the exposed brickwork, the dusty corners we hadn't yet reached, the drainage channel in the floor. They made notes on clipboards, their pens scratching like accusations. "This facility is not up to code," Comrade Gao announced, his tone final. "There is no license displayed. The preparation area is open to contaminants. This operation is shut down, effective immediately. You will cease all production and sales until you have passed a full inspection and obtained the proper permits." The words were a death sentence. The cotton mill contract had deadlines. If I missed a delivery, they would cancel. My reputation would be ruined before it even began. The investment I had made, the ingredients, the jars, the coal, Xiaoling's wages, would be lost. I would be bankrupt, back to zero. Panic threatened to choke me. I saw all my hard work, all my hope, crumbling to dust. I wanted to scream, to cry, to plead. But I remembered the look on Mark's face when I had stood up to him. I remembered the feeling of the divorce certificate in my hand. I had faced down worse than a bureaucrat with a clipboard. I took a deep breath, forcing my voice to remain calm and respectful. "Comrade Gao, I understand your concerns completely. Public health is paramount. However, I would like to respectfully point out that I am in the process of applying for all the necessary permits through the local neighborhood committee. Director Shen is assisting me." I gestured to the sparkling clean woks, the neatly stacked jars. "As for sanitation, we strive for the highest standards. Every jar is sterilized. Every ingredient is washed. We may be a new operation, but we are a conscientious one. The complaint you mention, I suspect it may be malicious. A personal grudge, not a matter of public safety." Comrade Gao's expression did not soften, but a flicker of uncertainty crossed his eyes. He was a man who dealt in facts, and the factory, while rudimentary, was not the pest-ridden hovel a complaint might have suggested. "Malicious or not, the regulations are clear," he said, but his tone was less absolute. "You cannot operate without a license." "Then I will get one," I said, meeting his gaze squarely. "But Comrade Gao, shutting me down now would mean breaking a contract with the cotton mill. It would put my employee out of work. It would waste good food. Would it be possible to allow me to continue under your supervision while my application is processed? You could inspect us weekly, unannounced. I have nothing to hide." It was a gamble. I was asking for a chance, appealing to his reason over his rulebook. The silence stretched. I could hear my own heart beating. Finally, he glanced at his colleagues, then back at me. "1 week," he said curtly. "I will return in 1 week. If the permits are not in progress and if I find a single violation, this place will be padlocked. Is that clear?" It was not a reprieve, but it was a stay of execution. Perfectly clear, Comrade Gao. Thank you. They left and my knees buckled. I leaned against the warm brick of the furnace, trembling. Xiaoling looked at me, her eyes wide with fear. What do we do, Auntie Maya? I pushed myself upright. We do what we always do, Xiaoling. We work. I went straight to Mr. Shin's office. He listened, his face growing grim. A hygiene inspection? So soon? He sighed. It seems your ex-husband still has some fight in him. And some friends in low places. He immediately began making phone calls, pulling files, writing letters of introduction. The bureaucracy was a labyrinth, but Mr. Shin knew every twist and turn. For the next 7 days we operated under a microscope. I cleaned every surface until it shone. I implemented strict new rules. Hairnets, clean aprons, designated washing stations. I documented every step of our process. I was not just making sauce. I was building a case for my own legitimacy. The day Comrade Gao returned, I was ready. I presented him with the paperwork from the committee, stamped and signed, showing my license was pending. I showed him my new hygiene protocols. I showed him the logbook of our ingredient sources. He conducted his inspection in silence, his face unreadable. He ran a finger along the rim of a wok, checking for dust. There was none. He examined the jars. They were pristine. Finally he nodded. The improvements are adequate. The application is in order. You may continue operations. He almost but not quite smiled. Your sauce is quite popular with my wife, you know. She bought a jar at the market. And just like that, the crisis was over. The threat that had felt like an avalanche became a pebble in my path. As Comrade Gao drove away, I didn't feel elation. I felt something deeper, more solid. I had faced a threat to everything I had built and I had not broken. I had negotiated. I had adapted. I had prevailed. That evening, as I sat in my courtyard with Chloe, listening to her chatter about her day, I realized the taste of this victory was different from the first sale. That had been the sweet taste of hope. This was something richer, more complex. It was the bold, undeniable taste of my own strength. Mark Bowen had tried to break me with a piece of paper once and he had failed. He had tried again with an anonymous report and he had failed even more spectacularly. He was learning a hard lesson. The woman I had become was far stronger than the girl he had left behind. The approval from the Hygiene Bureau was more than just a permit. It was a seal of legitimacy. News of the confrontation, filtered through Auntie Wei's dramatic retellings, spread through the neighborhood. I was no longer just the plucky divorcee with a good sauce recipe. I was Maya, the businesswoman who had stared down a government inspector and won. A quiet respect settled around me in my little factory. With the threat of shutdown lifted, business blossomed. The cotton mill order was steady, but now individual orders poured in from other factory canteens, and even a few small state-run grocery stores. The 100 jars a day I'd been so proud of soon became 200, then 3. The rhythmic chopping of garlic and the thunderous bubbling of the giant woks became the soundtrack of my life. I hired 2 more women from the neighborhood. Sister Gua, a widow with a fierce work ethic and a surprisingly bawdy sense of humor, and Young Fun, whose hands were quick and careful for sealing jars. My tiny workforce of 4 became a small, efficient unit. The factory, once an echoey shell, now hummed with activity and chatter. We started a small vegetable patch in a sunny corner of the yard, growing our own cilantro and scallions. The place was putting down roots and so was I. Chloe thrived. The timid shadow of a girl she'd been was gone, replaced by a confident, curious 5-year-old who treated the factory as her personal kingdom. The workers adored her, sneaking her tastes of sweet bean paste and letting her help by placing labels crookedly on jars. She started calling Mr. Shin Grandpa Shin, and he would often swing by in the afternoons, supposedly on committee business, but always with a piece of rock sugar or a small toy for her in his pocket. We were building a family not of blood but of choice and loyalty. It was this newfound peace that made the threat when it came so much more terrifying. It was a Tuesday market day. The factory was a whirlwind of activity, preparing a large order for a new client. Chloe was playing in the yard within sight, chasing a butterfly near the gate. I was inside, overseeing the filling of a particularly large batch, my attention fully consumed by the precise level of sauce in each jar. A sudden sharp cry from outside, Chloe's cry, sliced through the factory's noise. My heart seized. I dropped the ladle and ran out into the yard. A man was standing at the open gate holding Chloe by the arm. He wasn't hurting her, but his grip was firm and she was crying, trying to pull away. He was tall, dressed in a shabby suit with a face I didn't recognize. But the look in his eyes, a cold, calculating avarice, was chilling. "Let go of my daughter," I shouted, rushing forward. The man didn't flinch. "Maya Bowen?" he asked, his voice a low rumble. "Who are you? Let her go now." I was inches from him, my body trembling with a protective fury I had never known. "My name is not important," he said smoothly. "But my client is very interested in your well-being. And the well-being of this pretty little girl." He gave Chloe's arm a slight squeeze and she whimpered. "What client?" I demanded, my mind racing. "Mark, Lena." This felt different, dirtier. "A business rival," the man said, his lips curling into a nasty smile. "Your sauce is cutting into their profits. They suggest it might be healthier for you, and for her, to scale back your operations. Perhaps find a different line of work." It was an outright threat. Extortion. The success I had fought for, bled for, had attracted a new kind of predator. The fear was ice in my veins, but the anger was a fire. They had threatened my child. Just then Sister Gua emerged from the factory holding a heavy wooden paddle like a club. Fum was behind her, her face pale but determined. Shaoling had already slipped out the back, I later learned, to fetch Mr. Shen. "You let that child go, you filthy worm," Sister Gua bellowed, brandishing the paddle. The man, startled by the sudden appearance of my reinforcements, loosened his grip for a fraction of a second. It was all I needed. I lunged forward, snatched Chloe from his grasp and shoved her behind me. "Get out," I snarled, my voice low and venomous. "You tell your client that if they ever come near me or my daughter again, I will not go to the police. I will come for them myself. And I have nothing left to lose." I meant every word. The man saw it in my eyes. The cold confidence drained from his face, replaced by unease. He took a step back, holding up his hands. "This was just a friendly warning." "It was your last one," I said. At that moment Mr. Shin arrived, breathless, with 2 members of the local public security bureau. The thug took one look at the uniforms and melted away into the alley, disappearing as quickly as he had come. I held Chloe, who was sobbing, into my neck and shook uncontrollably. The incident was over in minutes, but it left a deep scar. Success was not a shield, it was a target. Mr. Shin was furious. "This is outrageous. We will find out who is behind this." He posted a watch from the neighborhood committee for the next few nights. The threat forced me to evolve again. I hired a retired, no-nonsense security guard, Old Wang, to keep watch during the day. I invested in a strong lock for the gate and made sure Chloe was never out of sight. The world was not a safe place, and my primary duty was to protect our little kingdom. It was this hardened, vigilant version of me that Mark Bowen encountered when he came to see me for what would be the final time. He showed up at the factory gate a week later. He looked diminished. His uniform was gone, replaced by civilian clothes that hung loosely on his frame. His handsome face was gaunt, etched with lines of bitterness and defeat. The aura of command that had once surrounded him had completely evaporated. "Maya," he said, his voice raspy. Old Wang moved to block him, but I gestured for him to stand down. I walked out to meet Mark, leaving the safety of my gate. I wanted him to see me here on my territory, surrounded by the evidence of my life without him. "What do you want, Mark?" I asked, my tone flat. He looked past me at the busy factory, at the women working, at the rows of gleaming jars. A painful mix of emotions crossed his face: incredulity, envy, and a deep, gnawing regret. I heard about what happened with that man and Chloe," he said, unable to meet my eyes. "Are you both all right?" "We're fine," I said curtly. "We can take care of ourselves." He flinched. I was discharged. Not honorably. The words seemed to cost him everything. "Lena, she's gone. Married some businessman from the south." I said nothing. I just watched him, this stranger who had once been the center of my universe. "I was a fool, Maya," he whispered, his voice cracking. "A blind, arrogant fool. I threw away the only real thing I ever had." His eyes were red-rimmed, pleading. "I regret it. Every day. I miss you. I miss Chloe." He took a step forward, a desperate hope kindling in his gaze. "Let me help you. With the business. I can be your protector. I can. No, I cut him off, my voice like iron. The word hung in the air, absolute and final. His hope shattered. Maya, please. Forgive me. Give me a chance to make it right. I looked at him and I felt not hatred, not even pity, but a vast, empty distance. The love, the pain, the betrayal. It was all part of a story I had finished reading long ago. Mark, I said, my voice quiet but clear. There is nothing to forgive because there is nothing left. You are a chapter 1 closed. This, I gestured to the factory, to my life, is my story now. And you have no place in it. I turned and walked back through the gate. Old Wang closed it firmly behind me. I didn't look back. I heard a choked, ragged sound, a sob of utter defeat, and then the sound of his footsteps retreating. He was gone. Truly finally gone. The ghost that had haunted my new life had been laid to rest. The threat to Chloe had shown me the ferocity of a mother's love. And Mark's final pathetic appearance had shown me the full measure of my own strength. I had not just survived him, I had surpassed him in every way that mattered. The roots of my new life had been tested by storm and shadow, and they had held fast. They were deep enough now to weather anything. 5 years. The passage of time is a strange alchemy. It can grind down mountains and yet, in the same breath, allow a sapling to become a forest. 5 years ago, I was a ghost in my own life, clutching my daughter and a divorce certificate, stepping into a dusty, silent courtyard with nothing but a suffocating fear. Today, I stood at the doorway of that same courtyard, watching the morning sun dapple the flagstones, and listened to the sound of my world. It wasn't silent anymore. The sound was a steady, rhythmic hum coming from the building next door, the former soy sauce factory, now officially registered as Maya Foods. The clinking of glass jars on the conveyor belt we'd installed last year, the low murmur of 24 female employees, the distant rumble of the delivery truck being loaded. It was the sound of a heartbeat. My heartbeat. Chloe, now a lively 8-year-old with my stubborn chin and a laugh that could light up a room, came skidding out of the house, her school bag bouncing on her back. Mama, Grandpa Shin says he's taking me for noodles after school. Can I go? Please. I smiled, smoothing down her hair. Of course you can. But homework first, little sparrow. Deal. She chirped, planting a quick kiss on my cheek before dashing off towards the factory's side gate, where old Wang, our security guard turned beloved uncle, was waiting to walk her to school. I watched her go, my heart a complex knot of pride and wonder. She had no memory of the damp storage room, of the man who walked too fast and never looked back. Her world was this vibrant, busy compound, filled with the spicy sweet aroma of our sauce and the protective, affectionate presence of the community we had built. She was rooted here, in this soil we had tilled together. My morning rounds through the factory were a ritual I never tired of. Sister Gua, now my production manager, met me at the door with a clipboard and a no-nonsense expression that belied the twinkle in her eye. The new batch for the provincial export order is on schedule. But we're low on Sichuan peppercorns. The supplier is trying to raise the price again. Tell him we'll take our business to his competitor in the next county, I said, glancing at the vats where the sauce bubbled, a deep, fragrant crimson. Remind him who his biggest client is. Sister Gua grinned. That's my girl. She had been the first to call me boss, and the title, once so foreign, now felt as comfortable as my own skin. The business had grown in ways I'd never imagined. What started as jars for factory canteens was now on shelves in cooperatives across 3 provinces. We'd even secured a small but prestigious export contract to a Chinese grocery in San Francisco. Meiya Lajiang was a recognized brand. I had a proper office now with a desk and filing cabinets and a photograph on it. A picture of Chloe and me taken last spring, our faces pressed together, smiling so hard our eyes were scrunched shut. The success had brought a different kind of peace. The anonymous threats had stopped years ago, the rival business having folded without its dirty tactics. The world, it seemed, respected strength more than it preyed on vulnerability. I was no longer just surviving, I was thriving. It was on a quiet afternoon as I was reviewing the monthly accounts, that a soft knock came at my office door. Come in. It was Mr. Shin. Over the years, his role had organically shifted from neighborhood committee director to my most trusted advisor and truly a grandfather to Chloe. His hair was more silver now, but his eyes were as sharp as ever. Maya, he said, holding a sheaf of papers. The paperwork for the new labeling is finally approved. No more homestyle designation. We're officially an industrial food producer. He said the words with a mock solemnity that made me laugh. Thank you, Grandpa Shin, I said, using the title Chloe had bestowed upon him. I couldn't have navigated any of this without you. He waved a dismissive hand, but I saw the pleasure in his eyes. He sat down in the chair opposite my desk, his gaze drifting to the window that looked out over the busy factory floor. You know, he said, his tone thoughtful, when you first came to my office, a scared woman with a child in her arms, I never would have dreamed of this. Neither would I admitted softly. I helped you because it was my duty, he continued. But I continued to help you because it has been my privilege. To watch you build this, it has been the greatest joy of my retirement. The air in the room shifted. It was not a dramatic shift but a gentle, quiet one, like the turning of a page. We had spent years side by side, a team bound by mutual respect and a shared love for a little girl. We had celebrated triumphs and weathered crises. In the quiet spaces between the work, a fondness had grown, deep and steady as an old tree. He reached across the desk and placed his hand over mine. His hand was warm, slightly rough with age. Maya, he said, his voice gentle but firm. This life you have built, it is magnificent. But it doesn't have to be a life you live alone. I looked at our hands, then up at his face. I saw no pity, no desperation, only a quiet, unwavering certainty. He wasn't offering to save me or protect me. He was offering to stand beside me. He was offering a partnership of equals. I thought of Mark's final desperate plea a lifetime ago. It had been a demand for redemption, a burden. This was different. This was an invitation to share a harvest we had both helped to plant. A sense of peace, profound and complete, settled over me. It was not the frantic excitement of first love, nor the bitter ashes of a love betrayed. It was the calm of a river reaching the sea. I turned my hand under his and laced my fingers through his. A slow, genuine smile spread across my face, one that felt like it reached every part of my soul. It doesn't, I said. And I don't think I want to anymore. That evening, the three of us, Chloe, Mr. Shin and I, ate dinner together in my courtyard, under the grapevine that was now a lush, green canopy. Chloe chattered about her day, her words tumbling over one another. Mr. Shin, Liang as he had asked me to call him now, listened with a patient smile, adding a comment here and there. I watched them, the two people who were my world, and I felt a gratitude so immense it was almost a physical presence. The path that had begun with such pain and betrayal had led me here, to this simple, profound happiness. I had gone to war with my past and in doing so had won my future. The sauce had been my salvation, but this quiet love, this chosen family, was my true fortune. I had not just built a business. I had built a life. And it was a life finally and completely of my own making. The end.
George, I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? I put down my paintbrush and looked at my friend Frank. He stood at the studio door with a mysterious air, his face a mix of nervousness and excitement. Let's start with the bad news. After all, I've gotten used to it these past 3 years. Your painting, Eternity, just sold for a sky-high price. Over $6 million. I frowned. How is that bad news? Frank chuckled. Because it's actually part of the good news. The bad news is, buddy, you might need to see a psychiatrist. What do you mean? A woman who looks exactly like Mary showed up at your art exhibition. I almost thought I was seeing a ghost. The paintbrush slipped from my hand and fell to the floor, splattering paint across the unfinished canvas. Mary, my late wife, died 3 years ago after accidentally falling off a cliff. I watched with my own eyes as her body was pulled from the water. In that moment, my world completely collapsed. Stop joking around, Frank. Why would I lie to you? She even left this. Frank handed me a note, with an address and a time written on it. My hand trembled slightly. The handwriting was exactly the same as Mary's. That night, I waited until midnight at the designated cafe. Just as I was about to leave, a familiar figure appeared at the door. Mary? No, it couldn't be her. But every gesture of that woman, from the tips of her hair to her fingertips, was a shadow of Mary. George, it's been a long time. She sat across from me, and the familiar voice nearly made my heart stop. Who are you? I struggled to remain calm. I'm Mary, your wife. She smiled and reached out her hand. There was a scar on her palm, the mark Mary got when she accidentally cut herself on glass at 15. Impossible. Mary is already dead. She laughed softly. That was just an accident. I fell off the cliff and was saved by a reclusive old doctor. I lost my memory from the injuries and only recently remembered everything. As she spoke, tears began to fall with an expression I knew all too well, the look Mary wore whenever she felt wronged. I know it's hard to believe, but I really am Mary. I couldn't believe my eyes. The shade of lipstick Mary loved most, the faint little mole beneath her left ear, the unconscious habit of rubbing her ring while speaking. Everything was so familiar. Are you really Mary? She nodded and took a small box out of her bag. This is the proof. Inside the box was the first piece of jewelry Mary ever designed. A sapphire ring, the only one of its kind, never mass-produced. I brought it with me that day because I wanted to surprise you. I suddenly stood up and pulled her into my arms. 3 years of longing surged over me like a tide. I held her tightly, afraid that if I let go, she would disappear again. On the way home, she told me about her experiences over the past 3 years. She was rescued by an old doctor in the mountains, lost her memory due to a severe head injury, and lived in a remote mountain village for more than 2 years. It wasn't until she happened to see a poster for my art exhibition that her memory gradually returned. The next day, I took her to see Frank. Oh my God, it really is you, Mary. Frank stared in astonishment, eyes wide. Frank, it's been a long time. She greeted him with a smile, exactly as I remembered. Frank pulled me aside and whispered, Man, this is unbelievable, but I really believe it's her. Who else but Mary could call me by my childhood nickname so accurately? That was something only the two of you knew. A week later, Mary officially returned. We held a small welcome party for her. Her mother was so overwhelmed that she fainted, and when she woke up, she clung to her daughter and refused to let go. But that night, I noticed the first sign that something was off. Mary never ate mangoes because she was severely allergic. Yet the returned Mary absent-mindedly tasted a mango dessert and was perfectly fine. Aren't you allergic to mangoes? I asked. She paused for a moment, then quickly laughed and said, Oh, that old Chinese doctor cured my allergy. He's really amazing. I nodded, but in my heart, I marked the first question mark. Is this really my wife? A month passed quickly, and Mary blended perfectly into our lives. She knew the location of every item in the house, remembered our shared memories, and could even accurately name friends we hadn't contacted in years. But those subtle feelings of discord kept growing. For example, the real Mary liked to listen to classical music, especially Debussy, while designing jewelry. But she would always unconsciously hum along to pop songs. Mary always habitually used her left hand to hold chopsticks, even though she knew it was wrong. She just couldn't change. But she was a standard right-handed user. The most obvious difference appeared that night when I accidentally caught her smoking in the bedroom. The real Mary hated the smell of smoke. Even when I came home from social events with a faint scent of cigarettes, she would frown. When did you start smoking? I stood at the doorway, my voice soft. She was clearly startled, hastily snuffing out the cigarette. This is a herbal cigarette for treating insomnia, prescribed by an old Chinese doctor. I nodded, not pressing further, but the doubts in my heart only grew deeper. The next day, I went to find Frank. Help me check if, in the past 3 years, plastic surgery technology has advanced enough to achieve this level. Frank's eyes widened. You mean, she's not Mary? I'm not sure, but there are always some things that don't add up. 2 days later, Frank brought news. High-end plastic surgery can make faces look similar, but it can't replicate the exact placement of scars or moles. And there's a limit to how well someone can imitate a voice. What if it was a twin? Frank shook his head. Mary is an only child. We all know that. I decided not to show my feelings for now and to keep observing. A week later, Mary's mother came to my house with astonishing news. George, Mary is going to have a baby, my mother-in-law told me excitedly. I stood there stunned. Before we got married, Mary had been diagnosed with uterine hypoplasia. The doctor had made it clear she could never get pregnant. This was our shared secret. Not even my mother-in-law knew. How do you know that? I managed to ask. Mary told me this morning. She said she already had a checkup. It's been 2 months. My mother-in-law happily grabbed my hand. It's a blessing from above. Mary survived death, and now she can bring us new life. My heart sank to the bottom. This absolutely could not be Mary. That night, I dug out the hospital's diagnosis certificate in my study, which clearly stated the condition of Mary's uterus. But when I wanted to talk to Mary about it, I found her in the bedroom, excitedly discussing the decoration of the nursery with my mother-in-law. Mary, could you come here for a moment? I called her calmly. She followed me into the study, still wearing a blissful smile on her face. Did you forget about this? I handed her the diagnosis certificate. She took it and glanced at it, her face instantly turning pale. George, I can explain. Explain what? Explain that you're not Mary at all. Mother-in-law heard the commotion and walked in. What's going on with you two? Mom, take a look at this. I handed her the proof. My mother-in-law read it, then looked at Mary in astonishment. What's going on? Mary, you can't have children. Of course she can, I sneered, because she's not Mary at all. My mother-in-law's face changed dramatically. What nonsense are you talking about? I can explain. She hurriedly grabbed my mother-in-law's hand. That old Chinese doctor not only saved my life, but also cured my uterine problem. It's a miracle, truly. My mother-in-law looked at me, then at her, hesitating. George, you're being too paranoid. My mother-in-law finally took her daughter's side. Mary has come back with great difficulty. You should cherish her, not doubt her. Yes, George, I know this is hard to accept, but miracles do happen. Tears welled up in her eyes. Haven't we always wanted a child? Now we can finally have our own baby. I looked at her face, identical to Mary's. Yet I became more certain in my heart. This woman was not my wife. All right, I believe you. I smiled, deciding to go along with their story for now. Let's wait together for this miracle to happen. That night, I secretly contacted a private detective. My mother-in-law gladly accepted her daughter's explanation, even suggesting she move in with us to take care of Mary during her pregnancy. Outwardly, I agreed, but inside I grew even more wary. This was no coincidence. There had to be some kind of plot. Mom, haven't you always lived in Haicheng? Won't it be hard to get used to living here? I probed cautiously. For my grandson, I'm willing to endure any inconvenience, my mother-in-law said firmly. I noticed a fleeting unnatural expression on Mary's face. Could the truth be connected to my mother-in-law? On the 3rd day after my mother-in-law moved in, I discovered more suspicious details. For example, the real Mary never drank coffee, but she and my mother-in-law often enjoyed it together. Also, Mary's favorite movie was Roman Holiday, but she claimed to prefer Titanic. The strangest thing is, Mary used to despise her cousin Tom when she was alive, but now he visits frequently and chats and laughs with Mary as if they're old friends. I told Frank about these discoveries. Buddy, things are getting more and more suspicious, Frank frowned. Are you sure you want to keep going like this? Why not just expose her directly? It's not the right time yet. I want to find out what they're really after. The private detective's investigation also made progress. The so-called old Chinese doctor who had saved Mary did not exist at all, and Mary's whereabouts over the past 3 years were completely untraceable. More importantly, the private detective uncovered a shocking fact during the investigation. Mary's cousin Tom was deeply in debt from gambling, and the painting Eternity under my name, worth over $6 million, was his only hope for quick cash. "They're after your painting," the private detective asserted, "and this fake Mary is likely a professional identity fraudster, hired to win your trust." I took a deep breath and decided to take the initiative. That afternoon, I pretended to go out, but secretly returned home and hid in the study. Sure enough, Mary and her cousin Tom were whispering to each other in the living room. "It's taking too long," Tom said irritably. "How much longer until he sells the painting?" "Don't worry," she soothed him. "I'm already pregnant, and now he completely believes I'm Mary. In a little while, I'll say I want to move to a better neighborhood for the sake of the baby, and then we'll naturally need to sell the painting to raise money." "You're really pregnant?" "That wasn't part of the plan. It was an accident, but it works to our advantage. George wants a child so badly." "Does Annie know the truth?" "She only knows we're trying to scam money, not the specific plan. But she hates George, thinks he caused her daughter's death, so she's more than happy to help." I clenched my fists. So my mother-in-law had always believed that Mary's accident was somehow my fault. In fact, we did argue over something trivial that day, and Mary stormed out in anger. I didn't try to stop her. But I never imagined it would be the last time I'd see her. "You don't actually have feelings for George, do you?" Tom suddenly asked. She was silent for a moment. "It's just part of the job. Besides, I owe you, and I won't go back on my word." "Good then. Don't forget how we're splitting the money once we get it." Their conversation confirmed my suspicions. This was all an elaborate scheme, with my eternity as the target. In the days that followed, I pretended everything was normal while secretly making preparations. I contacted the police, arranged for evidence-gathering equipment, and found the last piece Mary had left before she died, a silver necklace that had never been made public, engraved with an anniversary date only the two of us knew. 2 weeks later, my art exhibition was held as scheduled. As planned, Mary brought up the idea of moving, hinting that I could sell Eternity. I pretended to agree and said I would auction the painting on the last day of the exhibition. "This is a surprise I prepared for you," I said on the eve of the exhibition, taking out a delicate box. "To celebrate the new life we're about to begin." She opened the box in surprise, and inside was the silver necklace. "It's beautiful, thank you." She smiled as she prepared to put it on. "Wait," I stopped her. "Aren't you going to look at the engraving on the back?" She turned the necklace over, and her face suddenly went pale. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" I asked, feigning ignorance. "No, I really like it. It's just, I'm a bit moved." She forced a smile, but didn't know how to explain that she couldn't recognize the significance of that date. "See you tomorrow. Get some good rest, and don't forget to wear this necklace." I kissed her forehead and whispered in her ear, "After all, this is your final design." Her body visibly stiffened for a moment, but she kept smiling. "Of course, I cherish it very much. Tomorrow, the truth will come to light." On the day of the exhibition, the place was packed with people. My painting, Eternity, was displayed in the most prominent spot, right next to the last batch of jewelry designs Mary had created before her death. Mary held my arm, flawlessly playing the role of my wife as always. She had even gone out of her way to wear Mary's favorite white dress and the silver necklace I had given her last night. My mother-in-law and Tom were there too. The three of them exchanged glances from time to time, clearly waiting for the perfect moment. Frank appeared as planned, pretending to be extremely interested in Eternity and asking me about the auction details. "The auction will begin promptly at 4 in the afternoon," I replied with a smile. "This painting means a great deal to me, and I hope it finds someone who truly appreciates it." Mary immediately chimed in. "Yes, although it's hard to part with it, this is a necessary decision for our future." I noticed she glanced at Tom, who gave a barely perceptible nod. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the projector in the center of the exhibition hall lit up. This was the special segment I had arranged. "Ladies and gentlemen, I stood in front of Eternity. Before the auction begins, I'd like to share a little story about this painting." Mary's photo appeared on the projection screen, a group picture from her last birthday party before she passed away. 3 years ago, my wife Mary died in an accident. I created this painting, Eternity, in her memory. The woman in the painting has her back to the viewer, forever gazing into the distance, symbolizing a longing I can never reach. A soft sigh rippled through the crowd. Mary stood beside me, matching my words with a sorrowful expression. However, a month ago, a miracle happened. I turned to look at Mary. My wife came back. The whole room erupted in astonishment, and many people curiously sized up, Mary. This is my wife, Mary. I took her hand and stepped forward. Back from the dead, it's truly the greatest blessing heaven could have given me. She smiled and nodded to everyone, while my mother-in-law and Tom stood by with smug expressions. However, my tone suddenly shifted. Amidst my joy, a question arose. Is she really Mary? The entire room fell silent. Mary's hand trembled slightly in my palm. So, I did some investigating. The projector switched to a set of comparison photos. On the left was the real Mary. On the right was a photo of her. They look exactly the same, don't they? But I clicked the remote, and the photo was enlarged, the details highlighted. The position of the piercing on the left ear was slightly different, the arch of the eyebrows subtly varied, and the fine lines at the corners of the eyes ran in different directions. These are details that even professional plastic surgery cannot fully replicate. Mary tried to pull her hand away, but I held on tightly. My mother-in-law and Tom also began to grow anxious, glancing toward the exit. More importantly, the real Mary has a feature that cannot be copied. I turned to Mary. The necklace I gave you last night has a date engraved on the back. Can you tell everyone what that date is? She opened her mouth, but no words came out. That was the due date of our first child, the one we lost. I spoke softly, my voice trembling with emotion. Mary designed this necklace to commemorate the baby we never got to meet. The date was our secret, only Mary and I knew. The room fell utterly silent. Mary turned deathly pale, my mother-in-law's eyes widened, and Tom had already started edging toward the door. What surprised me even more, I continued, was that the real Mary could never get pregnant due to an underdeveloped uterus. Yet this, Mary claims she's already 2 months along. I let go of her hand and took a step back. So, who are you really? A flicker of despair flashed in Mary's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. I am Mary, it's just that old Chinese doctor. The non-existent old Chinese doctor, right? I sneered. Just like the non-existent amnesia, the non-existent miraculous recovery. I turned toward the projection screen. Let's see the truth. The screen played the secretly recorded video of her conversation with Tom, their discussion on how to swindle eternity, clearly audible. This isn't. She tried to explain, but my mother-in-law had already rushed forward. Who are you really? My mother-in-law screamed. You're not my daughter? Auntie, stop pretending, I said calmly. You know she's not Mary. You just wanted to get back at me, didn't you? My mother-in-law's face turned pale. I didn't know she was going to impersonate Mary. Tom just said he needed help to scam some money. Police. Don't move. Several plainclothes officers emerged from the crowd, blocking Tom as he tried to escape. Amid the chaos, Mary took the opportunity to shove me aside and run toward the exit. I chased after her and caught up in the parking lot. Tell me, who are you really? She finally stopped, turned to face me, tears welling in her eyes. My name is Luna. I'm an actress. Tom found me and said if I helped trick you out of a painting, he'd give me $1 million. I needed the money for my sister's medical treatment. Why did they choose me? Why Mary? She shook her head. I don't know. They gave me a lot of information, photos, videos, even your chat logs. I was just following the script. The police arrived and took her away. I stood where I was, gazing at the distant sky, my heart a tumult of emotions. Back in the exhibition hall, the crowd had already dispersed, leaving only Frank and a few police officers. It's all been cleared up, Frank walked over. Tom owed money to loan sharks and was desperate. Your mother-in-law always resented you for not saving Mary, so she helped them plan the whole thing. I walked up to eternity, gently caressing the back of the woman in the painting. Mary, I can finally give you an answer. The police left with the evidence. Frank patted me on the shoulder. What do you plan to do next? I took a deep breath. Prepare for the final painting. What will it be called? The Pursuit, I said softly. This time, I'll paint her face, not just her back. After the case was solved, my life seemed to return to where it was 3 years ago. Eternity was temporarily held by the court as crucial evidence. Tom and Luna were arrested for fraud, and my mother-in-law was investigated as an accomplice. The prosecution wants you to testify in court, the officer called to inform me. The trial is scheduled for early next month. I agreed, though I was utterly exhausted inside. After exposing the deception, I thought I would feel the thrill of revenge, but what I felt instead was a profound emptiness. Those days spent with Mary that month had allowed me to feel a trace of warmth in life again, even if that warmth was born of lies. Frank often came to see me, worried I might fall into despair once more. I told him not to worry, that I was working on a new piece, The Pursuit. Are you really going to paint Mary's face from the front? Frank asked curiously. For the past 3 years, you've always refused to do that. It's time, I replied. We can't live in the past forever. I moved out of the apartment I had shared with Mary and returned to the old house in the suburbs, the place where the real Mary and I had first made our home. The dust-laden memories in the house brought me both pain and comfort. Mary's studio remained just as she had left it, design sketches scattered across the table, unfinished jewelry drafts pinned to the drawing board. One afternoon, while sorting through Mary's belongings, I discovered an encrypted external hard drive. After several attempts, I finally unlocked it using our wedding anniversary as the password. Inside were backups of Mary's design works, along with some personal photos and videos. One folder in particular caught my attention. Inside a folder named Plan was a series of jewelry design sketches, labeled George's Birthday Special Project. It was then I remembered that, in the months before Mary passed away, she often spoke mysteriously about giving me an unparalleled birthday surprise. Leafing through these design drafts, I couldn't help but be moved to tears. Mary had planned to design a jewelry collection inspired by my paintings over the years, with each piece corresponding to a representative work from my artistic career. The last page was a sketch of a ring, with a dark red stone set in the center, its edges adorned with tiny diamonds, closely resembling the sunrise in my early work, Dawn. This is blood amber? I examined the notes carefully, confirming the name of this rare gemstone. Mary's designs had always been bold, but blood amber is extremely rare in the Chinese market, almost impossible to acquire. How did she obtain such a material? As I continued searching, I found a series of email correspondence screenshots. Mary had actually contacted a gemstone dealer in Myanmar, commissioning the blood amber specifically for this ring. The last email showed that the gem had already been shipped, but the date was exactly 1 week before Mary's death. I immediately called Frank. Help me check if there was a package sent from Myanmar 3 years ago, addressed to Mary. 2 days later, Frank brought news. The package did exist, but since no one signed for it, it was returned. However, according to the shipping records, it was resent a month ago, this time addressed to you. What? I was completely confused. I haven't received any package. Check your old apartment? Frank suggested. Back at my old apartment, the manager told me there was indeed a package, but it had been signed for by Mary. She said it was a surprise for you, so she didn't notify you, the manager explained. This meant Luna had taken the blood amber. I rushed to the detention center and requested to see Luna. Separated by glass, she looked much more haggard than the last time we met, but still wore that face so similar to Mary's. What are you doing here? She asked coldly. A month ago, you signed for a package from Myanmar. There was a blood amber inside. I want to know where it is. She looked surprised. How did you know? Tom asked me to sign for it. He said it was some precious gem. He took it. My heart sank. Tom was deep in gambling debt. A precious blood amber would be a windfall for him. He had probably sold it long ago. That blood amber is very important to me, I said softly. It was the last gift my wife left me. Luna was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, maybe it's not that bad. Tom said the stone has flaws, its value is greatly reduced, and he hasn't found a suitable buyer yet. Hope was rekindled. If Tom hadn't sold the blood amber yet, maybe there was still a chance to get it back. Do you know where he might hide it? Luna hesitated for a moment. He has a safe deposit box in a self-storage facility on the east side of the city. After getting the address, I immediately contacted the officer in charge of the case and explained the situation. Since Tom was involved in a large sum of money, the police quickly approved the search request. Mr. George, we've found the safe deposit box, the officer said over the phone. Inside, we did find the blood amber you described, as well as some other evidence. A few hours later, I retrieved the blood amber at the police station. It was even more beautiful than I had imagined. Within the dark red core, wisps of mist seemed to swirl, shifting strangely under the light. This was the birthday gift Mary had so carefully chosen for me, waiting for 3 years. Back home, I carefully placed the blood amber beside the canvas of the pursuit. The painting was already more than half finished, Mary's face emerging from the blur into clarity, yet it still felt like something was missing. Watching the blood amber glimmer faintly under the light, I suddenly understood how I should complete the painting. The creation of the pursuit entered its final stage. I decided to break convention and incorporate the blood amber into the artwork. This would not only be a portrait, but a hybrid piece that fused painting with the art of jewelry. Are you sure you want to do this? Frank frowned. That blood amber is priceless. That's exactly why, I said firmly. Mary chose it for me. She wanted to inspire an unparalleled masterpiece. I will fulfill her wish. For 2 whole weeks, I worked day and night, neglecting sleep and food. I cut the blood amber into thin slices and inlaid them at the spot of Mary's eyes on the canvas, making her gaze truly come alive. I used a special technique to blend the surrounding paint, creating a harmonious transition with the gemstone. From certain angles, the entire painting seemed to be imbued with life, and Mary's expression would shift depending on where the viewer stood. On the day I finished the piece, Frank brought news. Luna had been sentenced to 3 years in prison, but due to her good attitude in confessing, she might serve only 1.5 years. Tom, involved in multiple fraud cases, was sentenced to 7 years. My mother-in-law, as an accomplice, received a suspended sentence. The case is finally over, Frank said. Are you planning to exhibit your painting? Yes. Next month there will be a solo exhibition at the National Art Museum, and The Pursuit will be the grand finale. The curator couldn't stop praising this piece, believing it represents the innovative direction of contemporary art and marks the pinnacle of my career. Indeed, this painting, which incorporates Mary's jewelry design concepts, is in some sense a creation we made together. On the eve of the exhibition, I checked the arrangement in the gallery alone one last time, making sure every piece was perfectly lit and positioned. When I reached The Pursuit, I couldn't help but stop and gaze at it. Mary's face was vividly lifelike, her eyes inlaid with blood amber gleaming under the spotlight, as if she were smiling at me. For the first time in 3 years, I faced her directly, no longer painting only her back. Mr. George, a stranger's voice called from behind. Sorry to disturb you, but the gallery has been cleared. He turned around to see a young woman dressed in the museum's staff uniform. And you are? I'm the new curator, responsible for security in your exhibition area, she explained with a smile. I really like your work, especially this piece, The Pursuit. Thank you. I nodded. I'll be leaving soon. She didn't leave, but continued to gaze at the painting. That red gem is beautiful, almost as if it's alive. It's blood amber, I explained, a very rare gemstone. I know, she said softly, top-grade blood amber from Myanmar, containing plant fossils, extremely rare. I looked at her in surprise. You know a lot about jewelry? She smiled. I studied jewelry design. I'm just working part-time here. For some reason, Mary suddenly came to mind. She, too, had an almost obsessive passion for and expertise in gemstones. If you don't mind me asking, who is the woman in this painting? She asked. My wife, I replied. She passed away 3 years ago. She was a jewelry designer. I'm very sorry, she said sincerely, then gestured toward the blood amber. This gem must mean a great deal to you. It was the last birthday gift she chose for me before she died, but I only found it recently. She nodded thoughtfully. Setting it into her portrait is the best way to remember her. For some reason, talking with this unfamiliar woman brought me a strange sense of calm. Perhaps it was her love for jewelry that reminded me of Mary. Sorry, I have to continue my rounds. She glanced at her watch. See you tomorrow, Mr. George. See you tomorrow, I replied, watching her leave. On the way home, I felt an unusual peace. The completion of The Pursuit seemed to mark the end of my search for Mary as well. Not forgetting, but remembering her forever in another way. The next day, the exhibition's opening ceremony attracted numerous figures from the art world and the media. The Pursuit undoubtedly became the center of attention, with people marveling at this innovative form of artistic expression. Amid the crowd, I noticed that curator standing aside, watching as well. Sunlight streamed through the skylight of the gallery, falling upon her, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw Mary's shadow. No, I shook my head, warning myself not to be deceived by mere resemblance. There would never be another Mary in this world, just as there would never be another unique blood amber. After the exhibition, the pursuit was purchased by an anonymous collector for an astronomical price. I donated all the proceeds to a foundation supporting students in jewelry design, establishing a scholarship in Mary's name. Life slowly moved forward, and I began to accept new commissions and create new works. Occasionally, I would think of that curator with a unique insight into jewelry, wondering if she was still working at the art museum. Until one day, I received an email from HL. There were no words, only an image. A sketch of a ring design, the style strikingly similar to Mary's unfinished series. My heart raced as I replied immediately. Who is this? The response came quickly. Yesterday, you brushed past me by the cafe on the street corner, but you didn't recognize me. If you want to know more, wait for me at the museum entrance at noon tomorrow. Is it that librarian? How could she have a design so reminiscent of Mary's style? Filled with anxiety and anticipation, I decided to accept the invitation and find out for myself. The next day at noon, I arrived at the art museum half an hour early. The sun was shining, and small groups of visitors were coming and going from the exhibition hall. But there was no sign of the mysterious person. Just as I began to suspect this might be some kind of prank, a faint trace of perfume drifted by, a scent unfamiliar to me, yet it inexplicably reminded me of Mary. Mr. George, thank you for coming. The voice behind me made me turn around. It was the curator. Today, she wasn't wearing her uniform, but a simple white dress, completely different from Mary's style when she was alive. Did you send the email? I asked directly. She nodded. There are some things I want to tell you, but not here. Will you come with me? We walked through the small park beside the art museum and arrived at a secluded cafe. The whole time, I kept observing her. Her mannerisms, the way she walked, none of it resembled Mary. Yet her sensitivity to detail and her focused attention gave me a strange sense of familiarity. Who are you, really? The moment we sat down, I couldn't wait to ask. My name is Nicole. She looked me straight in the eye. I'm Mary's student. This answer caught me off guard. Mary had indeed taught jewelry design part-time at the Design Academy before she passed away, but she had never mentioned having any particularly close students. I took her advanced design class the year before she passed, Nicole explained. Her guidance benefited me for a lifetime. That still doesn't explain why your designs resemble her style so much, I said, half convinced. Nicole took a folder out of her bag. These are all notes from Ms. Nicole's class and her feedback on my work. You can look at the handwriting and confirm that it's really hers. I carefully examined the materials. It was indeed Mary's handwriting. There were even traces of the pale purple ink she habitually used. Before Ms. Nicole passed away, she was guiding me on my graduation project, Nicole continued. The theme was interwoven light and shadow, blending Eastern and Western aesthetic elements. She gave me a lot of valuable advice, and even showed me a sketch from a private project she was working on at the time. George's special birthday project? I blurted out. Nicole's eyes widened in surprise. You know about it? I only found out recently. I briefly explained the origin of the blood amber. I knew that blood amber would eventually find its way back to you, Nicole said with a smile. Nicole always said it was a destined gift. Is that why you contacted me? Because you saw the blood amber? Nicole was silent for a moment, as if choosing her words carefully. Not entirely. After Nicole passed away, I've been trying to carry on the design philosophy she taught me. Some time ago, I happened to see the news about your eternity being stolen, and then I saw someone impersonating Nicole. I thought I should tell you a few things. She took a letter out of her bag. This is the last letter Nicole gave me after class before she passed away. She said if her surprise plan went smoothly, I should show you this letter. If anything went wrong and she was gone, I should still make sure you see it. I took the envelope. It was indeed Mary's handwriting, and it read, "To my dearest husband." The envelope had already been opened. I didn't know what was in the letter at the time. I just kept it as Nicole instructed, Nicole explained. It wasn't until I saw the news that I opened it. I hope you won't blame me. I carefully took out the letter paper and unfolded it to read. Dear George, if you are reading this letter, perhaps my surprise plan has gone awry. Don't worry, it's just that the plan has changed, and the form of the gift may be different now. The blood amber I picked for you is said to be known as the Eye of Rebirth. Legend has it that looking at the world through it reveals truths that are often overlooked. I hope it can become a turning point in your artistic career, leading you to see new possibilities. All these years, your paintings have always depicted backs, as if you're afraid to face something head-on. I hope this gemstone will give you the courage to paint the front, to capture true emotions. No matter what happens, please remember, love does not disappear, it merely changes form, like this blood amber, which, after millions of years, transforms from resin into a gem, yet still shines. Forever loving you, Mary. The handwriting became a bit messy at the end, as if written in a hurry. I stroked the paper, as if I could feel Mary's emotions at that moment. Thank you, I said, my voice choked with emotion. This means a lot to me. You're welcome. I'm just fulfilling Ms. Nicole's request, Nicole said with a smile. Actually, there's one more thing I'd like to ask your help with. What is it? I'd like to apply for the Mary Scholarship you established, she said, taking a design portfolio out of her bag. This is my graduation project, combining Ms. Nicole's ideas with my own innovations. As I flipped through the portfolio, I was surprised to find that while these designs bore traces of Mary's influence, they also possessed a unique style and innovative touches. In particular, a series called Metamorphosis cleverly combined jewelry with transformable elements, allowing the pieces to change form according to the wearer's mood and occasion. This is outstanding, I praised sincerely. Mary would be proud of you. A hint of joy flashed in Nicole's eyes. Really? I've always worried I couldn't live up to her expectations. You've already moved beyond the learning stage and developed your own style. That's exactly what she hoped to see. As we talked, sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Nicole. In that moment, I seemed to understand something. When Mary spoke of love changing its form, perhaps she wasn't just referring to the blood amber, but also to her passion for art and its legacy. Luna tried to impersonate Mary by mimicking her appearance, but she could never truly replicate who she was. Nicole, on the other hand, looked nothing like Mary, yet she inherited a part of her artistic vision and spirit. Perhaps this is the true gift Mary left me, not the blood amber, but a new possibility, a path out of the past. Nicole's graduation exhibition was held in a small gallery. Though the space was modest, it was exquisitely arranged. Her works were divided into 3 series, representing the past, the present, and the future, forming a complete narrative. This is a brilliant idea, I sincerely praised. From tradition to contemporary and then to the future, it showcases the evolution and possibilities of jewelry design. Nicole smiled and nodded. This was inspired by teacher Nicole. She always says that good design should look back at history, be grounded in the present, and look forward to the future. As I walked through the exhibition hall, I noticed a special display case in the corner, containing only one piece, a seemingly simple ring with a small red gemstone set in the center. This is. I leaned in to read the label, which said, in memory, dedicated to teacher Mary. Yes, I made it from a small piece of blood amber I bought with my own savings, Nicole explained. It can't compare to the quality of yours, but it's also from Myanmar. I examined the design of the ring closely. Clean, powerful lines, with fine silver threads encircling the blood amber, as if protecting the central gem, yet also seeming to radiate light outward. This is very similar to Mary's final design style, I said softly, but it also has your own unique touch. I wanted to create a piece that could both commemorate teacher Nicole and showcase my own style, Nicole explained. The blood amber represents her influence, while the outer design is the direction of my own development. The exhibition attracted quite a few industry insiders, including some well-known figures from the jewelry design world. After viewing the exhibition, an older female designer approached Nicole and offered her an internship opportunity. I stood by, genuinely happy for Nicole. In the evening, as the exhibition was drawing to a close, Frank arrived as well. Seeing me with Nicole, he gave me a knowing smile. New friend? He asked me quietly. Mary's student, I explained simply. Very talented. Frank nodded without asking further questions. After touring the exhibition, he gave high praise to Nicole's work. It blends traditional and modern elements, demonstrating both technical skill and artistic expression, quite rare. Nicole thanked him politely. This wouldn't have been possible without the guidance of teacher Nicole and teacher George. After the exhibition, the 3 of us went to a nearby restaurant for dinner. During the meal, Frank talked about recent trends in the art market, while Nicole shared her insights on contemporary jewelry design. The conversation was light and pleasant, and I realized it had been a long time since I had relaxed and chatted with others like this. After a few rounds of drinks, Frank received an urgent call and left early. Only Nicole and I remained in the restaurant, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit quiet. Mr. George, Nicole hesitated for a moment before speaking. I've always had a question I wanted to ask you. What is it? After you finished the pursuit, what are you planning to create next? The question caught me off guard. To be honest, ever since the pursuit, I haven't had any new inspiration. That painting seemed to have drained all my emotions and creativity. I haven't decided yet, I answered honestly. It might take some time to find a new direction. Nicole nodded thoughtfully. Nicole once said that the hardest thing for an artist isn't creating a stunning masterpiece, but finding a way forward after reaching the peak. She really did say that, I recalled with a smile. Mary always saw further than I did. Maybe, Nicole said softly, you could try a new direction that combines your work with jewelry design? Like in The Pursuit, but taking it even further. I recalled what Mary mentioned in her letter about seeing new possibilities, and suddenly I was inspired. You mean, creating a series of works that combine painting and jewelry? Exactly. Nicole said excitedly, your paintings create emotion in two-dimensional space, while jewelry gives it tangible form in the three-dimensional world. The combination of the two would have an astonishing effect. The more we talked, the more engaged we became, even sketching a few concept designs on the restaurant's napkins. Nicole's ideas were fresh and bold, perfectly aligning with my artistic vision, yet bringing a new perspective. As we left the restaurant, Nicole suddenly said, I have to confess something. I looked at her in confusion. I reached out to you not only to deliver Nicole's letter, but also for a personal reason. I hope to learn from you, she said candidly. I want to become a designer like Nicole, someone who not only creates beautiful works but also perfectly blends art with emotion. Her sincerity moved me. You're already on that path, and you're doing very well. Then, may I consult you often? She asked a little nervously. Of course, I'd be delighted. On the way home, a series of new works already began to take shape in my mind. A cross-disciplinary art that fuses painting and jewelry, both as a tribute to Mary and as a new starting point in my artistic career. That night, I had a dream. In the dream, Mary stood in a halo of blood-red light, smiling at me and saying, See, I knew you would find a new direction. When I woke up, I got out of bed immediately and began sketching for the new series. I decided to name it Rebirth. Not only representing the ancient life forever preserved in blood amber, but also symbolizing the rebirth of my artistic career, as well as the inheritance and development of Mary's artistic vision. A week later, I submitted a new series proposal to the gallery and received an enthusiastic response. The curator even suggested holding a special exhibition themed Between Dimensions, a dialogue between painting and jewelry. For this project, I invited Nicole to join the team as a jewelry design consultant. She had just graduated from design school and was both excited and nervous about the opportunity. Am I really up to the task? She asked me in the studio. You understand Mary's design philosophy better than anyone, I assured her. That's exactly what I need. In the days that followed, we worked at a feverish pace. We created during the day and discussed at night, sometimes even working through until dawn. Nicole's ideas flowed endlessly, and I transformed those thoughts into concrete artistic expressions. In the process, I rediscovered the pure joy of creation that I hadn't felt in a long time. One late night, when we finally finished the design for our first piece, Nicole clapped her hands excitedly. This is amazing. Teacher Nicole will definitely love it. At the mention of Mary, she suddenly realized her slip and looked at me nervously. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's all right, I said with a smile. I think Mary really would like it. She always hoped I could step out of my comfort zone and try new ways of expressing myself. Nicole let out a sigh of relief, then hesitantly asked, Professor George, may I ask you a personal question? What is it? When you faced the woman impersonating Professor Nicole, how did you see through her? I mean, from the news reports, she seemed like an exact copy of Professor Nicole. I pondered for a moment. Superficial resemblance is easy to achieve, but a true personality cannot be duplicated. Mary's perception of art, her attitude toward life, the way she handled details, these were all unique. Just like a work of art, Nicole mused, no matter how perfect a replica is, it can never capture the soul of the original. Exactly. We worked through the night again, and finally established the overall framework for the Rebirth series. 7 pieces, each blending elements of painting and jewelry, together telling a story of loss and recovery, death and rebirth. As our collaboration deepened, my relationship with Nicole gradually shifted from teacher and student to partners, both mentor and friend. Sometimes, when the light traced the gentle contours of her focused profile, I would unconsciously think of Mary. But soon, I realized that this association wasn't due to any physical resemblance, but rather that same dedication and passion for art. "George, you look much more spirited lately," Frank remarked at a gathering. "It's been a while since I've seen you so full of life." "Yeah, the new project has helped me rediscover the joy of creating." "Nicole's a good girl," Frank said meaningfully. "Talented, and she really understands you." I understood his implication, but just smiled without responding. There was indeed a special understanding between Nicole and me, but it was more rooted in our shared passion for art than anything else. At least for now. The creation of the Rebirth series took 3 months, longer than expected, but the results were stunning. Each piece was a perfect fusion of painting and jewelry art, offering both the pleasure of viewing as a flat image and the discovery of 3-dimensional effects brought by the jewelry elements from different angles. A week before the exhibition opened, I received an unexpected visitor, Luna. She had served her sentence and was released early. She looked much more haggard than the last time we met, but her eyes were clearer. "I came to apologize to you in person." She stood at the studio door, her voice low, "for everything I have done." I didn't respond immediately, but simply invited her in to sit down. "I know that an apology can't make up for the loss," she continued, "but I want you to know that I truly regret it." "How is your sister's illness?" I asked. She looked up in surprise. You know. I guessed. "You said you needed money for a reason, and I think that must have been true." "Yes," she nodded. "My sister's surgery was a success, and now she's fully recovered. For the past 3 years, I've been thinking about how to make up for my mistakes. Even though I may never be able to." I was silent for a moment, then said, "You know, in a way, your appearance actually helped me." "What do you mean?" "It forced me to confront the past, to re-examine my memories with Mary, and ultimately to find a way forward." I pointed to the sketches of the Rebirth series on the wall and briefly explained this new project. Luna listened quietly, a look of genuine respect in her eyes. "I'm glad you were able to find a new beginning from that nightmare," she said at last. "I hope I can find my own path to rebirth as well." As she left, she handed me a small package. "These are some simple pieces of jewelry I made in prison. The craftsmanship is rough, but each one represents my remorse and blessings. I hope you can accept them." Opening the package, I found several small trinkets handmade from fine wire and colorful glass beads. Though simple, it was clear the creator had poured their heart into them. Nicole happened to come into the studio at that moment. Seeing the trinkets, she asked curiously, "What are these?" I told her about Luna's visit. "You forgave her?" Nicole was a bit surprised. "Not exactly forgiveness," I said thoughtfully. "It's more like understanding. Everyone has their own hardships and choices. What's important is how we learn and grow from our mistakes." Nicole nodded pensively, picking up a piece of jewelry to examine it closely. "The craftsmanship is rough, but the concept is ingenious. This person seems to have a talent for design." "Perhaps," I said. "Everyone has the possibility of being reborn." On the day of the exhibition opening, numerous figures from the art and jewelry worlds gathered together. The Rebirth series received unprecedented acclaim. Critics called it a model of cross-disciplinary art, and the gallery owner was overjoyed, announcing plans for a nationwide tour. In the crowd, I saw Luna. She was dressed simply, standing quietly in a corner, admiring the exhibits. Our eyes met in the air. She nodded slightly, then walked away. "Who was that?" Nicole asked, standing beside me. "Someone searching for rebirth," I replied. Nicole seemed to understand and asked no more. We stood side by side before the pursuit, watching the blood amber refract a strange light under the lamps, like the silent burning of life's flame. "Thank you," I whispered to Nicole. "Without you, this series might never have come into being." "It was your philosophy that guided us, Teacher Nicole," she replied modestly. "I was just fortunate enough to be the messenger." In that moment, I suddenly understood the true meaning of what Mary had written in her letter. Love has changed its form. Love exists not only in memory and longing, but also in inheritance and innovation, shining brightly in every spark of artistic creation. And I, at last, had learned how to begin anew after loss, to embrace rebirth while still searching. The success of the exhibition exceeded everyone's expectations. In just 1 month, the Rebirth series was reported on by major media outlets and even attracted the attention of the international art world. A renowned auction house extended an olive branch to me, hoping to include several pieces in their annual highlight auction. "This is an unprecedented opportunity," Frank said excitedly. "If the deal goes through, you'll become a top player in the contemporary art market." I wasn't particularly concerned with commercial success, but I did feel the joy of having my work widely recognized. More importantly, this series opened up a new artistic path for me, freeing me from the creative shackles of the past 3 years. Nicole benefited as well. As the project's jewelry design consultant, she received high praise from the industry. Several well-known jewelry brands reached out to her, hoping she would join their design teams. "Which offer are you planning to accept?" One night, as we were tidying up the studio together, I asked her. "To be honest, I'm still hesitating." Nicole paused her work. "These are all great opportunities, but..." "But what?" "But I want to keep working with you." She looked straight into my eyes. "Rebirth is just the beginning, isn't it?" Her candor surprised me a little. Indeed, the success of this series had opened up many new creative possibilities for us, but I wasn't sure if I should continue such a close working relationship. "You should consider your own career development," I said tactfully. "These opportunities are very rare for young designers." Nicole seemed to sense my hesitation and nodded gently. "I understand." In the days that followed, we were both busy and rarely had the chance to talk alone. A week later, Nicole told me she had decided to accept an invitation from a French jewelry brand and would be going to Paris to work for 2 years. "Congratulations," I said sincerely. "It's a very good choice." "Thank you," she replied with a smile, though a fleeting, elusive emotion flashed in her eyes. "I think this is the best arrangement for both of us." Before Nicole left, we held a small farewell party. Frank, the curator, and a few mutual friends came. The atmosphere was warm, tinged with a hint of sadness. After a few rounds of drinks, Frank found an opportunity to pull me aside. "Are you really going to just let her go like this?" "What do you mean?" I pretended not to understand. "Don't play dumb, man," Frank said bluntly. "You have feelings for her. That's obvious." "That's just professional rapport," I argued. "Is that so?" Frank looked at me meaningfully. "Then why have you been so distracted ever since she decided to go to France?" I was at a loss for words. In fact, these past few days I had indeed felt an inexplicable sense of loss, but I kept telling myself it was only because I had lost an excellent partner. "I know what you're worried about." Frank lowered his voice. "You feel like you're letting Mary down, don't you?" I remained silent. He had touched upon the deepest concern in my heart. "Mary has been gone for 3 years now." Frank gently patted my shoulder. "She would want you to be happy." After the party ended, I walked Nicole home. The night was tranquil as water, and the city lights flowed around us. "Thank you for your help and guidance these past few months." Nicole stopped at the entrance of her apartment building. "This experience has meant so much to me." "I should be thanking you," I said sincerely. "Without you, the Rebirth series would never have been completed." We fell into silence, as if both searching for the right words to say goodbye. "My flight is the morning after tomorrow," Nicole finally said. "I still have some things to take care of tomorrow. So, this is probably the last time we'll see each other. 2 years will pass quickly." I tried to make my voice sound light. "Paris is a beautiful city. You'll like it there." She nodded, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. "Professor George, there's something I've always wanted to tell you, but never found the right opportunity." "What is it?" "I chose to study jewelry design because I saw Nicole's works." She took a deep breath, or more precisely, because I saw the pieces Nicole designed for you. The way she perfectly fused love and art moved me deeply. "I didn't know that," I said in surprise. "I've always hoped that one day I could be like Nicole, creating art filled with emotion." Nicole continued, her words coming faster, as if afraid she might lose her courage. "But now I realize that what I want even more is to create for a specific person, just like Nicole created for you." I understood her implication, and my heart suddenly began to race. Nicole, please don't respond. She gently interrupted me. I just wanted you to know before I leave. No matter how you feel right now, remember that starting over is not a betrayal of the past, but a way of cherishing life. With that, she rose up on her tiptoes and softly kissed my cheek, then quickly turned and walked into the apartment building, leaving me standing alone in the night, my mind in turmoil. After returning home, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, replaying Nicole's words and that gentle kiss over and over in my mind. Suddenly, I remembered a small box in the study, where Mary's last complete letter was kept, a letter I had found while sorting through her belongings, but at the time, overwhelmed by grief, I never had the courage to open. Now, I finally mustered the courage to walk into the study and retrieve that delicate little box from the depths of the drawer. Inside lay a pale pink letter, bearing Mary's familiar handwriting. Dearest George, by the time you read this letter, you may find yourself at a crossroads in life, hesitating between moving forward or staying where you are. My greatest wish is that you can move bravely through life, as freely as your brush glides across the canvas. Love is not a shackle, but a liberation. Memory is not a burden, but a source of strength. If one day you meet someone who can rekindle the light in your eyes, please don't hesitate because of your longing for me. True love is wishing happiness for the other, even if there is no longer a place for oneself in that happiness. Remember, the days we loved each other were complete, with no need for regrets. And now, it's time to paint a new picture, my beloved. Forever loving you. Mary. Tears blurred my vision. It was as if Mary had foreseen my current situation and had already given me her blessing. She was always like this, always able to see further and more clearly than I could. At that moment, I made up my mind. Early the next morning, I drove straight to Nicole's apartment. Professor George? Nicole opened the door in surprise, clearly not expecting me. I have something to say to you. I looked her straight in the eyes, not as your teacher, but as George. I handed her Mary's letter. Nicole read it carefully, her expression shifting from surprise to being moved, and finally, her eyes grew moist. She truly was an extraordinary woman, Nicole said softly, handing the letter back to me. Yes, she was. I nodded. That's exactly why I believe her words. Nicole, cancel your plans for Paris. Stay and continue our collaboration, will you? Nicole looked at me in shock. Are you serious? I've never been more serious, I said quietly. Rebirth is not just the name of an artwork, it's a possibility in life. Are you willing to explore that possibility with me? Her answer was a firm embrace, warm and real, like the first ray of sunlight after a long winter. In that moment, I felt as if Mary was somewhere, smiling down on us, blessing this new beginning. Life is like that blood amber, enduring countless ages of change and sedimentation, ultimately transforming into an eternal radiance. And I, at last, understood what true pursuit is, what true rebirth means. A year later, Nicole and I unveiled our second joint project, Interwoven, at the National Art Museum. This series was even bolder and more innovative than Rebirth, blending Eastern and Western aesthetics with various art forms. Critics hailed it as a significant breakthrough in contemporary art. At the opening ceremony, Nicole held my arm as we faced the media interviews and congratulations from the audience together. She wore a simple white dress, and around her neck was the Eye of Rebirth necklace we designed together. She completed the jewelry part based on my painting. Your collaboration seems even more in sync than your last project, a reporter asked with a suggestive smile. Nicole glanced at me, and we exchanged a smile. Yes, both in art and in life, we found the perfect balance. This indirect answer drew a round of good-natured laughter from the reporters present. My relationship with Nicole was no longer a secret, but we always kept a low profile, letting the public's attention remain focused on our artistic creations. After the exhibition, we drove out to a small hill in the countryside. There stood an ancient oak tree, beneath which Mary's ashes were laid to rest. This was the place we chose, rather than a traditional cemetery, natural, peaceful, just like Mary herself. Mary, the exhibition was a great success today, I said softly to the stone beneath the tree. Nicole's designs were admired by everyone, just as you once predicted. Nicole crouched down and placed a bouquet of white daisies in front of the stone. Teacher Nicole, I've been working hard to become the kind of designer you hoped I would be. I hope you can be proud of me. A gentle breeze stirred, and the oak's leaves rustled softly, as if it were Mary's reply. On the way back, Nicole suddenly said, I've been thinking about something. What is it? If that woman who pretended to be Ms. Nicole hadn't appeared, You might never have found the blood amber, never created the pursuit, and we might never have met. Her words made me fall into deep thought. Indeed, it was the series of events triggered by that deception that ultimately led to everything now. It feels as if, in the unseen, some force has been orchestrating it all. Perhaps that's the irony of fate, I said softly. Sometimes, the worst beginnings can lead us to the best endings. When I returned home, I received an unexpected package. Upon opening it, I found a delicate little box containing a handmade ring. Though simple, the craftsmanship had improved greatly compared to the pieces I had seen before. There was a note attached. Mr. George, thank you for your kindness and understanding a year ago, which gave me the courage to start over. Now I have found a job at a small jewelry shop, and my life is gradually getting back on track. This ring represents my gratitude, and I wish you happiness and well-being on your new path. Luna, I handed the ring to Nicole. After examining it carefully, she remarked, her skills have improved a lot. She truly is talent. Some mistakes in life shouldn't become permanent scars, I sighed. Everyone deserves a second chance. That night, we sat in the studio, discussing ideas for the next series. Nicole suddenly proposed a bold idea. I was thinking, maybe we could try connecting the different stages of our work to create a complete narrative. From eternity to quest, then to rebirth, and intertwined, they're actually different phases in a person's life journey. You mean? A complete story about loss, searching, rebirth, and integration, she explained excitedly, ultimately asking what is the most precious treasure in life. Love. I finished her sentence. No matter what form it takes. Nicole nodded, her eyes sparkling with creative fire. We could call it the forms of love, an unprecedented artistic exploration. Sounds like a long-term, ambitious project. We have time, she smiled, holding my hand. We have so much time. In that moment, I felt a powerful surge of creative inspiration, just like when I first began my artistic career years ago, filled with passion and possibility. But this time, I was not facing the blank canvas alone. 2 years later, the Forms of Love series was exhibited simultaneously in the world's 5 greatest art museums, causing an unprecedented sensation. Critics called it a milestone in contemporary art history, blending painting, sculpture, jewelry design, and other art forms to create an entirely new artistic language. The final piece of the exhibition was titled Eternal Ring, a massive circular canvas depicting every form of love in life, familial, platonic, romantic, and the love for art itself. The edge of the canvas was inlaid with gemstones of various sizes, and under certain lighting, these gems would cast light onto specific parts of the canvas, revealing another hidden layer of patterns. The centerpiece of this work is a massive blood amber. Through intricate optical design, the light it projects perfectly outlines 2 embracing figures. One is Mary, the other is Nicole, symbolizing the intersection of past and present, the fusion of memory and rebirth. On the closing day of the exhibition, in front of the Eternal Ring, I knelt on one knee and proposed to Nicole. The ring was crafted from the very blood amber Mary had once prepared for me, designed by my own hand and fashioned by the finest jeweler. This ring carries the memories of the past and the hopes for the future, I whispered softly. Nicole, will you be the eternal ring in my life? Her tears sparkled under the spotlight. I will. Amidst the cheers, I remembered what Mary once said. Love does not disappear. It merely changes its form. Yes, love does not disappear. It exists in memories, in art, in every rebirth and new beginning. It traverses time and crosses space, like that blood amber which, after millions of years, still shines, forever retaining the original warmth and brilliance of life. This is the answer I have been searching for all along. Between loss and gain, between seeking and rebirth, love remains constant, only appearing in different forms along the journey of life. And all we need to do is bravely accept this gift, no matter how it comes to us. On the day of the wedding, the sky was a clear, washed blue. Beneath the ancient oak tree that had watched over Mary, we exchanged our vows. A gentle breeze stirred, making the leaves whisper as if blessings were drifting in from another world. No matter when or where, Nicole said softly, We'll always remember that it was she who brought us together. Yes, I squeezed her hand, and we will always cherish this gift. In the brilliant sunlight, the blood amber ring gleamed, radiant as life itself, enduring the passage of time, yet still shining bright.